All right. We got here Free to Be Me, SW, Sincere Born Asiatic, I Be Infinite, Wise You, Sun God, Divine Son, Gerald Boylan, 793rd. Free to Be Me said, let's move to Canada. Why are we moving to Canada for? What's our motivation? You know they're about to send out new stimulus checks, right? Probably want to wait till after that. Sincere. Sincere hitting us up from Facebook. Self I build, the God I be. But free to be me. Why we going to Canada? Start anew. I mean, for me, Canada. I don't know if that's my type of climate. I guess they have summertime too. Allah will manifest. What degrees? What degrees you dealing with now? Allah will manifest. Yeah, get you back on the path. Now the seven supreme. Shakim. Allah will manifest. What degrees you want? Nah, I didn't hear about what happened to the lady formerly from Merck. I mean, we don't want to go. Do we need Do we need a warning before we go down this rabbit hole? Because you already got to beware. You already got to beware on today's mathematics. Anyone? What's going on? Allah will manifest. You're usually quick to respond. Happy solstice. All right, but what happened to the lady though? Just for the, just for the what happened? Why is everyone so slow on the Allah will manifest? I haven't forgotten about you. Were you studying that right now? Don't tell me no more fake degrees. PC realm. Oh man, see, she looks like she's playing around with the wrong people. Gotta watch that kind of talking. Melissa Davis, happy winter solstice. I'll be infinite. But what was she going against them by saying? What was she saying that was against them? Yeah, what's going on? Allah will manifest. What degrees you on? You see, you're on the culture degree in the 140. All right, that's a little bit. That's so you knowledge the culture degree, or you just studying it right now because that's a funny degree. You saying you knowledge the culture degree, or you studying it up right now? Because that sounds kind of fake too. So you studying the power degree right now because the culture degree, you already pretty much you already pretty much know that by the time you get to the 140. And the power degree got a little math in there. Power degree got some numbers in there. You might uh, take a day or two to get down, but you gotta stop playing with the degrees. Gotta stop playing with the degrees. Allah will manifest. Don't worry about that kind of stuff. Just worry about do you know what the 21st degree in the 136 is? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll touch down. We'll leave that kind of talking for Wednesday or Thursday. Maybe by then some more information will have come out where you can make some more sense. Dr. Vinci, Allah will manifest. Today's degree in the, I mean, yeah, today's degree in the 136. L7. West Coast wise. Wait. You got to go through what? Hold on for a second. I usually don't come. Hit the link. Hit the link. Allah will manifest. I know I usually don't start linking people in this quickly. Smell good. You got some kind of typos here. What's this? Peaceful approach my procrastination. What you talking about? The the P funk? The law will manifest. Hit the link. See, this is what I mean. You have so much to say all the rest of the time. I just want to see what it looks like. Has anyone also, the poll, the in the poll for uh who is going to be taking the vaccination and who's not going to be taking the vaccination. The last I checked, it was 93% not taking it. Yeah, 93% not taking it, 7% taking it. Is any of the 7% of the people who will be taking it, are they on the live right now? I want to see how that logic works. The law will manifest. What are you doing the science to? What you said, SW, they under shipping to where the whole state of New Jersey or to the whole state of New Jersey or to Newark? Yeah, I was seeing that it was some trials and tribulations. They were saying somebody didn't fill out some paperwork in the right time or something. Something wasn't going right in Jersey, but it's Jersey. See, this is all certain science right here, man. But you taking all long to give this answer. You see what I'm saying? See, that's wisdom before knowledge. See, that's why you can't get caught. Look, check this out. Today's degree in the one for you, right? Is Yakub the founder of the law, right? Is he the founder of the law, unlike attract and like repel? Yeah, I saw that on the news too. $600 stimulus checks for everyone. Yeah, that's another issue we could get into in a minute. The God I be about what's going on with the greater society. But see, that this was the point of what the today's live is going to be. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into it. $600, man. What you want? Jeff Bezos money? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah. See, look, the degree says that. God, see, the degree says Yakub was the founder of unlike attract and like repel. Right now, the God I be put a point. The God I be brought up the two pieces of steel. So in that degree, right, the 22nd degree, what it tells you, it tells you that when Yakub was 6 years old while playing with two pieces of steel, he discovered that one piece had magnetic in it and the other piece did not. Then he learned. So see, what that's telling me, right, is that, you know, trouble could exist. But when we dealing with right here, we dealing with whatever cipher we in, right? How did this trouble start in this cipher right here? See, everything what Yakub dealt with, right? It already always existed. The black germ and the brown germ. Yakub didn't make the black germ and the brown germ. He didn't make man and woman. He exploited the the science that already existed in order to be successful in his undertakings. He was the one who applied that law in that way. So now bringing that up to right now in any situation that we dealing with, right? When we bring that up to any situation we deal with, right? When we look back, can we identify, right, where the wisdom started going before the knowledge? Can we identify where things went left? And not just identifying where it went left afterwards in hindsight, but identifying where it's going to go left. Knowing as soon as something comes into the cipher, right? That all right, this is out of order. This is not the science of supreme mathematics right here. The way it's supposed to flow in order for something to be born alive. So we understand that from that level, right? Now we got to know what our law is. We got some. Ah man, Alfonso Brown. We got the MythBuster. We was actually just speaking on one of your favorite topics. Uh, but getting back to the point, for some of the people that might be newer, right? Do you know what our law is? Exactly. See, uh, born. That's something about certain questions in the lessons. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to the answer. The question says, "Why did we let Columbus discover the poor part of the planet Earth?" You know what I'm saying? Uh, the answer is really telling you that yeah, he discovered that for the colored man. It tells you right there we already knew every square inch of it and had chosen for ourselves the best part. So it's the same thing like you saying right here with the question is saying who is the founder, but the answer is telling you that what you said discovery is relative, like much in life. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The answer though is is telling you that Yakub is not the the he didn't make that law. Yeah, right, exactly. Like, see, you discovered sex. You know what I mean for yourself, but that was going on the entire time. See, the degrees is telling you like when you just look at the flow of it. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the flow of the 1 to 40, you know, it's telling you about the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? It's telling you that uh, there's the original man. It's telling you about the 10%, the 5%. It's telling you about who's the people, and it's telling you about the planet Earth. where everything is playing out at. Then it gives you a description of these people, right? And then it tell you, all right, let me tell you about how this trouble started. Let me tell you about how this trouble started. This particular trouble right here that we speaking on in terms of uh, you know, 10%, 5%, 85%. Then once you complete uh, you know, seeing how the trouble started, then it gets down to the nitty gritty of what you gotta do to get rid of the trouble. That's just the flow of the 140. But like I said, now you gotta apply that to each situation to where, you know what I'm saying, you might be in whatever travels you in. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, for instance, we do that with our babies a lot, or we should be doing that. Where places that we went wrong in life, right? We already point that out to them. Look, here's where the trouble is going to start for you. You know, if you start, messing up in school, you know, you start, hanging around these particular people, you could tell somebody, you know, this is that's going to be the foundation. That's going to be the foundation of the hell in your life. What you say here? The Lord will manifest you back now. Yeah, that's convenient now. We already answered the question. Is it true that the Vikings came to America before Columbus? Yeah, it's true. There was a whole bunch of people, uh, who they uh, consider the Indians is not one group of people. It's multiple people that came over here at different times. You know what I mean? You know, all the way into fairly recently. You got $5 Indians, or 5 cent Indians, what they call them. That guy here way after Columbus too. Is there any historical evidence, documentation on Indians being exiled 16,000 years ago from India? Um, if you, I don't have is a couple of brothers. I don't know if you ever is in Sunya's class, but different brothers got access to different libraries where you can look things up online. But look for a book called Anacalypsis, and I haven't read it for myself, but the brother Infinite Mind said that in that book, the uh, the tribe that was exiled from India is identified. Columbus never set foot in America, in North America. What is the Caribbean part of North America? I think uh I think Haiti is a part of North America. Hold on, I think this is how you spell it. Well, no, Mexico is North America. It's definitely more than the U.S. and Canada. What you say here, or to I, every time I travel to Europe, they say that's some American thing. I think I'm not sure. But let me um look, a lot of people is asking. Well, uh, you know, a little quick Google search for what that's worth said that the Caribbean is a part of North America. Um, Central America is not a continent. One said it was the discovery of the Americas. That's north and south from Canada to South America. Bahim, power born. Yeah, I mean, when you go by the seven continents, the, that's what you go by. Then Central America is not counted. Is that book by Gregory Higgins? I don't think it's Gregory Higgins. Let me Google that for you real quick. Oh, Godfrey Higgins. Godfrey Higgins. I mean, like I said, you got all these different sections. Like you got the Middle East. But that's Asia. You know what I'm saying? There's different sections. I'm not saying that uh, Central America doesn't exist. I'm saying it's not a continent. Southwest Asia. I mean, that's according to the political designations right now. But if we was going by the culture degree, then Africa would have to be Southwest Asia. Even that Western society referring to that as the Middle East, that's fairly new. Let me see this right here. Why is the wait a minute, let me see if it's over here. I don't see I don't see the link. Hold on, let me see something. Rakim Raz. Alfonso Brown. You know, actually, yeah, that was a sidebar. Uh, because someone mentioned that Columbus never set foot in North America. Hmm. not seeing the link. Mhm. That was an important link that you put right there, Alchemist. You're supposed to be putting. Now you supposed to be clicking the link. Allah will manifest. You click that link. Why is the link not showing? Oh, see if it works now. Still didn't come through. Oh, all right. There goes the link right there. I think you gotta. Somebody said you gotta have a wrench to. I guess maybe. Oh, what's the deal? What's going on, man?
Peace, God.
So what's the deal, man? What's going on? Where's your studies at now, man?
Right here, God. It's my book right
Right
here.
there?
This no, this the one I'm writing by hand. But I got my lessons right here, Lord. My lessons right here. So
All right. So what's how you see the third degree in the 1 to 40?
understanding the green and 1 to 40. Um, I can take it as I don't even know, God. Like, does that deal with today's mathematics?
No, it deals with the third degree in the 1 to 40.
I don't know,
You
God.
said you
Refresh
know
me,
the fourth one.
enlighten me.
So I asked you, what's the third one? All right. What is the 13th degree in the 1 to 14?
Knowledge, understanding the Greek. What is the meaning of Father Sight for Islam, God?
No,
Oh, Master God True and God CC.
no. All right. What is uh today's degree in the 1 to 36?
Do you mean to tell me that some of the 17 million do not know that they are Muslim?
All right. And how you see today's degree in the 1 to 10?
That's understanding, right, God? That's what you telling me?
Well, I'm asking you. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you how you see today's degree in the 1 to 10.
Ain't no 21 degrees, God. If, as far as I draw it up, if you're
Now,
dealing with wisdom before knowledge,
how you see listen, how you see the third degree in the 1 to 10?
oh, the understanding degree. Um, how do I see it? 4,400,000,000, God.
Yeah, what
Like
is it?
the original man that chose for himself the best parts, and I care about the poor part. Um, best part being all around us, God, being
Whoa,
life,
whoa,
as far as
whoa, whoa,
in
whoa,
which
whoa,
we
whoa,
in which we
whoa,
create.
whoa, 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 whoa. What's the third degree in the 1 to 10?
Was the total population of the original nation here in the wilderness of North America and all over planet Earth.
Answer.
Total population of the original nation here in the wilderness of North America is 4 billion. Oh, pardon me, it's 17 million plus 2 million Indians, making a total of 19 million. And all over planet Earth, there are 4,400,000,000.
All right. So right now, the uh degrees is the 1 to 36.
Yes, sir. I could go through my math,
Uh,
like you know, step by step,
go through the math.
like from
Go through
from
the math.
from
How
one
you see
to
how you
10,
see today's
from 1 to 10.
how you see today's mathematics? How you see today's mathematics?
Is it understanding God or is it just wisdom and knowledge, God? That's what I'm saying. Which one is it? Because first, wisdom and knowledge don't born understanding. But that's what I was saying, God. I have brought it to conclusion as far as dealing with wisdom knowledge, right? That's why I took it to that uh wisdom knowledge degree in the 136 when who I was talking to. I was talking to one of the gods, and I was dealing with the wisdom knowledge in the 136. and it says that have to do with question number 10. Pardon me. In terms of meaning, I don't think I'm Muslim.
All right, wait a
You know what I'm
minute, wait a minute,
saying?
wait a
Like,
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. See, this is what happens. Sometimes we get unfocused, right? How you see today's mathematics?
I can't hear you, God.
How do
I
you
can't hear
see
you.
today's mathematics? How,
That's what I'm
how
saying,
do you
God.
see
Like,
today's? No. How do you
I
see
see
today's
today's mathematics
mathematics?
as wisdom, knowledge, all being born understanding. As far as being all being born understanding, understanding is the best part of both knowledge and wisdom. Understanding is the clear picture drawn through one's mind through both knowledge and wisdom. You can't have understanding if you don't deal with knowledge and wisdom. Now, wisdom before knowledge, that's what I'm saying, God. That's stillborn understanding. To me,
That's that's it.
what you mean that's it, God?
See, this is what I'm saying. I mean, it sounded like you had more to say. It didn't sound like that was the last thing you was gonna say.
Oh no.
But see, look,
Now, understanding is the best part of both knowledge and
the
wisdom, God.
highest.
You know you can put on YouTube,
Listen.
right?
The high
Yeah.
science of this, the high science of this mathematics, right, is in its simplicity. So see, right now, you overcomplicating things.
Nah, God, because I'm kind of confused. Like, does wisdom, knowledge, born understanding, God? Because as far as I know,
Do you know?
only one with the proper knowledge, only the one with proper knowledge can manifest wisdom. So if wisdom is wisdom, then there's a hit and miss that's somewhere that manifested that wisdom, God. So she's wisdom adding on the sight, adding on that knowledge to bring that understand. As far as what I see, that's why, like, I don't know, God, if because to me it seems like it's different. You know what I'm saying? Like, wisdom, knowledge can't born understanding.
Yeah,
When wisdom is gonna be wisdom.
Look, I understand that part what you're making, right? But here's the thing: you're not there yet. See, like
hey, come on, quarterback.
you can't think that you're too smart for the process. Like right now, I understand, we all AI, but right now we just talking about practice. That's it. We're not talking about the game. We're just talking about practice. You see what I'm saying? So right now, here's the question: what is wisdom?
Wisdom. She, wisdom is just knowing the ledge, God, from proper knowledge.
No.
You know,
No. Knowledge is knowledge, and wisdom is wisdom. When you say knowing the ledge, that's knowledge. What is wisdom? Because see, just knowing the ledge is not wisdom. Meaning that right now, uh, if if you know that a car is coming, you know that the car is coming, but you step off the sidewalk anyway, then that's not wisdom. See, what is wisdom? See, that's what I'm saying. When you know the basics, that's when you'll be able to deal with the other complicated stuff. But first, just like you just said, you got to start from knowledge. See, wisdom, the is don't get caught up in the flowery language. Don't get caught up. in the uh the fancy words and fancy terminologies. See, that's what I'm saying. See, when I say to you to listen, man, all this knowledge stuff and all that. See, you covering up a lack of true knowledge of what you're dealing with because you sound good. See, that right there, you need to put that out.
What?
The equality.
What, God? That shit done.
Listen, see, listen, you gotta be able to rise past that. You understand what I'm saying? If you can't rise past that mentally, you know what I'm saying, and you dealing with it physically, what's gonna happen? You're gonna be
Get caught
caught
up.
up. Right now, you need your mind to be stimulated. You need your mind to be stimulated with knowledge. See, wisdom, right? Wisdom is when knowledge is made useful. When knowledge is made use of. However you make use of knowledge, right? That's wisdom. Like, see, when you speak it, you making use of the knowledge that you have. The knowledge that you have is the concepts and the ideas and the conclusions that you manifesting. You understand what I'm saying? If you know how to bake a cake, right? And then you bake a cake, baking that cake is the wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? Whichever is the way that you using the knowledge that you have, that's when you're dealing with wisdom. See, now, what's knowledge?
Knowledge is information, proper information to bring forth wisdom.
Yeah,
Because all information is not knowledge. It's
see,
just regular.
right. See, knowledge is your awareness. Knowledge is the things that you're aware of. And see, the reason why I say it's your awareness and the things that you're aware of, right, is because you got things that you are observing from the outside, and you got things that you observing and manifesting from the inside. So see, everything, including your mindset of how, like you said, if you get some facts, right? You get some facts and circumstances, how your mind actually works, your thought process that an idea goes through. Like, if you see an old lady walking down the street, right, and she got some heavy bags, what's the idea that comes to your head? Do the ideas come to your head, yo, I could go snatch her bags and she won't be able to catch me because she's an old lady? Or do the
That's crazy.
idea go through your head to say, pardon me, miss, you need some help with those? You rest right here, yo. See what I'm saying? Because see, that idea and the way that you process that knowledge inside your own head, that's going to control your wisdom. That's going to control what you do. That's going to control what you say.
Does work on the Switch, it does work on Xbox. I have tested it myself. But what you want to do is go to your store, whatever kind you're on, whatever console you're on,
So,
whatever app
you know,
you use.
knowledge is your
Go
awareness
to your
in the
store,
things
grab it,
that you're aware
go,
of.
back Among Us. Ah, there it is. Bam. It's
Now,
the first thing.
what's
Who are you
understanding?
Solar news installed. Right there.
Understanding as far as coming from the proper knowledge of bringing forth a tangible wisdom. That's like, it's kind of like one and the same as far as as I can draw it up when it's proper, because then that shows and proves the power of that particular knowledge. So understanding is the power of knowledge and wisdom, and it's the best part because understanding it shows and proves, like, you know, I've heard and I brought forth. You know what I'm saying?
See, understanding is the best part. Understanding is a clear picture that you get, right? Mentally or physically. Like, see, your babies, right, is a clear picture physically, right, of the fact that you and their mother was in a relationship. The child relationship, you know what I mean? The elevation of y'all relationship went to that highest level. See, the baby is a clear picture of that mentally and physically. Like physically, I could look at your seeds, right? And I could picture some of you and I could picture some of the mother. So that's the best part that came, right, from the knowledge and wisdom, which is you and the woman. Now, we dealing with supreme mathematics. Supreme mathematics deal with all things that exist. So that means
But
that whatever it was, right, whatever awareness it was, right, whatever you was aware
hey, yo,
of,
God,
whatever,
I don't mean to interject and mean to cut your wisdom, God, but I just wanted to
then
compliment you
no.
because, yo, God, I was just thinking, like, no, I wanted to compliment you because I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, the just the just the science of life itself is so complicated, but it's so simple, God. You know what I'm saying? And you really helped me to see that. Like, you don't got to make it complicated
And
because it's really not. It's as simple as a relationship, man and
thank
a
you,
woman.
thank you,
You know?
thank you. That's the point right there of all of this. That see, through all the slang, through all the flowery language, we got to be able to bring it back to right there. You see what I'm saying? Especially the most important reason you got to be able to do that is because you got to be able to teach this to babies. You understand what I'm saying? In order for you to pass this on, and look, that goes for mentally and physically. Meaning, yeah, you got your biological babies, you got people who is at a very young age, but even the people that we dealing with that might be our age, they might be older than us. You understand what I'm saying? In order for us to be able to deal with them, that's a part of being the Lord of all worlds from highest to lowest. So in order to be the Lord of all worlds from highest to lowest, when you in that world, right, you have to be able to speak to the people, not speak over the people's heads. You gotta be able to speak to the people in that world, or the people in that world won't even know they won't know who you are.
Hmm.
They won't know what it is that you're supposed to be telling them. So that's what I'm telling you. A lot of times, leave all that other stuff alone. The time that it takes you to learn all that stuff, you can just go ahead and learn what you're supposed to know. Like all the time that it takes you to formulate all these different ideas. You know what I'm saying? To process all these different things, just deal with the lessons, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially your supreme mathematics and your supreme alphabet. See, the other 120 is extremely important, but our teachings, the very basics of what we're dealing with, is supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet. So if you walking around and not knowing what that is, right, then you can't figure out any of the patterns of life. You know what I'm saying? Life is all patterns, it's all things. Like, you put the seed in the ground, then you water it. You know, some seeds you plant in this way, some seeds you plant in that way. That's the mathematics of that. That's the pattern that you gotta pick up on and understand. But if you don't know how to break things down, just with that alone, see, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, what comes first, what comes second, what comes third. See, because when you're doing all that other stuff, right, and you make it too complicated, then how you gonna live it out? Like if you just keep you know, a simple culture, man, a simple, look, you know, I'm gonna teach mathematics. You know what I'm saying?
Really,
I'm gonna build
really.
on certain things with whatever it is. You know, I'm gonna take care of my family, whatever it is. See, once you make all this complicated stuff, how you gonna live all that other stuff out? See, people do that all the time. See, they overpromise and they underdeliver. So when you come and you tell the people that you got, what you tell them? That you're gonna snap your finger and you're gonna lead them to salvation? Or you tell them that, well, listen, all I can tell you is that you got two. That's all I can tell you, that look, it ain't nothing that happened and it ain't nothing that's gonna happen, you know, not in the very near future or very recent past, that's gonna happen other than what we do with arm, leg, arm, head.
Yo, turn that TV down.
When we take these ideas, you know what I'm saying, and we put them into activation with arm, legs, arm, head, right? That and how well we execute that, right? That is what is going to decide what happens in the future. Just like it's deciding what happened right now. When we look back, if you look at the situation, you know what I'm saying? Whatever situation it is that you in, you look at the past and say, damn, you know what I'm saying? It's because I made this mistake right here. This is why I can't execute on this level. Or you might look back and say, damn, I'm glad I did that, yo. Because, being that I did that and I accomplished that thing, yo, now I'm flowing right now. You know what I'm saying? This is where I want to be. But see, if you overcomplicate it and tell people, yo, look, if you do this and you can levitate and meditate and you know stick your pinky through people's voice box and all this type of stuff, then you're gonna have to live that out because that's the word that you gotta make life. See, just do that. Don't try to make everybody else word life. Like just because you got some people over in India talking about, if you do this right here, you breathe like this, and then the next thing, you'll be levitating above the clouds. I He got to make that word life now. You see what I'm saying? But you get caught up telling all these other people that, like, listen, man, even what you hear people say, you don't got to grasp it right now. I keep it 100 with you. Not a single one of us did. I don't care from the people that got it in 1964 all the way to the people that's getting it right now. Not a single one of us grasped everything when we first came into this. You got to just store things up here in the Rolodex. If it's something you don't understand, you just store it in the Rolodex. And then years, months, and days, you know what I'm saying, or whatever is the degree of time, then they come back to you. All right, now see why that person, I see why that person said this right here. You know how many things, came to me way later because some things you gotta get to that stage of life for you to understand. Like right
Sharif,
now,
come
when
here.
your kids go in the refrigerator, right? They don't
Sharif,
understand about the bills.
Sharif, come here, Pop.
Yeah, see, and now look, and this is why you gotta get this stuff on cap.
Come on, man.
This
What
is
you doing? Say peace. Uh, turn that TV down.
Oh man. Uh, Low battery situation, technical difficulties. See, because I had to go a little old school right there. You know what I'm saying? Before we had all this type of technology to keep in order while we was building. But see, that's a little precision work right there. Little precision work. Well, yeah, see how I used to. That's how I used to do this. You know, when we we go like, hold on, let's start from what you said. Start from what you said. Now let's go back one by one by one by one by one and see what's really backing that up. What's really the foundation here? But that's the main thing. You know what I'm saying? That you gotta, that's why, a lot of us when we was given the knowledge in the very beginning, you know what I'm saying? You know, we was limited, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, don't be reading all these plus lessons and all that. Like all this other stuff over there, like nah. Just study your lessons. Because that's really what you got to do. You got to start from scratch. Like when they say you cannot swim 9,000 miles, like you got to jump in there and swim stroke by stroke. You can't just jump from here, right? You know, straight across the continents to Egypt. No, you're gonna have to get back over there stroke by stroke. See, that's what a lot of people be trying to do. It's like, you go from you just got the knowledge. Now all of a sudden you're gonna be telling me all about what's in the bottom of the pyramids and all this type of stuff. All these things can be known, all these things in our power, man. But see, even in terms of we gotta be realistic, man. And see, you know, uh, all that trying to make things complicated, you know, dealing with all this, scholarship with no context, you know, you will end up getting caught up. You can't really build a society like that. And don't get me wrong, we all need to study and know things by ourselves, have some things on cap. That's important. You know what I mean? Just for the exercise of the brain tissue itself. Have some things on cap, you know. Have some have some things that you know that you could go and relate to the people so that you really walking amongst the people, you know what I mean? You're not preaching to the people so that you can have the ability to teach the people through example, right? Instead of just wah 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 wah. See, like you might tell some people, right, about eating the wrong foods. But if you a certain way about it, and then now the people is like, yo, you know what? I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be around you. Instead, you might tell the people, you let them know, they might reject it. Then over time, they might notice, you know what? My health is going this way, and your health is going that way. Maybe I need to do the knowledge of some of the stuff that you were saying. See, you able to do that when you can relate to the people, when you can get into the heads of the people, right? And not talk over the heads of the people. See, because remember, that is all a part of the story as well. When you're dealing with the science of Yakub, that's a part of the story. The people were satisfied, was 30% dissatisfied, but why was they dissatisfied? And Small Good said he's seen that happen in his own cipher. You know what I'm saying? Where over time, the people cannot observe. See, because, you know, uh, you know, all the five senses, right, is a way that knowledge is communicated to the brain. See, we just used to saying the verbal sense. You know what I mean? Verbally and auditorily, what would you say? Through the auditory uh sense. You know what I'm saying? Like you go to school and the teacher speaks and you know what I'm saying, you listen. But it's also knowledge that you gain, from watching things that you see, that it ain't no sound. You know, we not as in tune with that. You understand what I'm saying? But your sense of smell, right? It communicates things to you. All right, this food right here, this ain't no good. This ain't no good. How you know? Smell it. I can't explain to you. I can't see the microscopic bacteria that's infecting us right now and causing us to decay, right? I can't see it, but I can smell it. See all those different ways you could get knowledge too. So, don't, beat people over the head with all your fancy words. When, I mean, if you ask around, and I'm not saying that it's never happened, but how many people you heard say, yo, yeah, I was listening to this brother give a dissertation on the photovoltaic characteristics in different rare metals. How many times have you heard somebody say, "Yeah, that's what I was doing," and then I was like, "I see what you're saying now. The black man's got it." It'd be something simple. It'd be something simple where you just be like, "Yo, why they never noticed that before? Yeah, I didn't never know. What? Get out of here! I never noticed that before." Like what was crazy to me when I first got the knowledge. I couldn't. It was like how would you say? Like, you know how when you was little, you used to get a new watch, and you look at the time. You look at the time like every 30 seconds. When I first got the knowledge, it was like everywhere I was walking around, I was just noticing that saying everything is knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Like once I was like, oh snap, yo, that's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Oh snap, man, that's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Like, yeah, I'm going to school. Before I used to go to school, we was, so I go to school one day. Wait a minute, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Son, that was like amazing to me. It was amazing. That was amazing. You see, everybody wants to come with their whole, all the stuff all up there, man. That's, I mean, I'm not saying it don't work. I'm not saying it don't work, but this is about the very building blocks of life, man. When you break things down to the most basic form, that's what we're dealing with. So we break things down to the basic form, you know what I'm saying? The law will manifest, which is supreme mathematics, supreme alphabet. See, that's what, see, that's what allows us to renew the history. See, we don't just repeat what's in 120. We repeat it when we quoting, and so that's what a lot of people think we doing in life. And when I say what a lot of people think we doing in life, I mean people that's in the knowledge and people that's out of the knowledge think that what we doing is repeating. Is what a religion of knowledge itself. See, there's some things. Listen, this something, man. Everybody gotta understand. This is why people be impatient, man. With like, see, look, this Vietnam, son. This ain't basic training. Like if you get to Vietnam and you don't know how to load your weapon, you messed up, man. You messed up, man. I'm not saying whoever brought you over here without training you that way, that's the person who. But I'm saying that you are up the creek, my man. Because we all over here ducking bullets, man. Nobody has time to show you that now. The same things, man. By the time if everybody out here, it's got to be with the shits. So is it a religion or knowledge of self? And now you just sound crazy. Is there anyone out there who doesn't understand what is the difference between a religion and knowledge of self? Is there anyone that's confused, right, between the religion of Islam and the culture of Islam? This is actually a good question. I don't know. I don't know if there's anyone out there that has a question about that. Man, listen, I will manifest. You need to stay. Igloo Igloo said he liked to know the difference. All right, Igloo. Couple questions. Uh, we from, you know what I'm saying, and are you a 5%? lot of people lead on religion instead of knowledge of self. The Abrahamic religions have convinced people they are naturally sinners, whatever that means. Knowledge of self convinces the original man he's a natural winner. But what that means, that's the G right there. You know, that's the G, that's the G part. That's the beauty part right there. You understand what I'm saying? Where uh, you a sinner, right? But look, I got the program to get you into heaven. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to do what I say and put a little change, put a little change in the bucket right here. You know, that's the whole beauty part. Like you wanna rip the heart. You wanna rip like dude, you gonna throw away that part, it's not even worth nothing. That's the part they call the hook, the line, and the sinker right there. Why everyone want to force you to eat swine? Because you in South Carolina. Nick Igloo is North Carolina, and I like to say I'm a 5% based on my mindset of knowledge of self. All right, well that's good, Igloo, but you gotta make up your mind. You see the difference between you know religions and cultures in general. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but specifically as it applies to this situation, is that see religions is based on uh things that people can't see. You know what I'm saying? Uh, things that is not even in a people's space or people's time. You know what I'm saying? Covenants that was made, with people who you never seen before. You don't even know if they really exist. You know, sins that was committed by people that you never seen before. You don't know if they exist. Just ideas and ideals, right, that you cannot really grasp, as opposed to a culture, right, that's based on the time, the place, the environment, the people, right, that's in any given place in any given time. You see what I'm saying? So, for instance, you may have a religion, uh, like uh, the Amish, you know, there recently was an accident, and it happens every blue moon. I feel bad for them. You know what I'm saying? But the Amish guy, he died because he got hit in his horse and carriage because they be riding the horses and carriage on the street on the highway. So when they get into an accident, you understand what I'm saying? It's a lot of times it be tragic, but it's because their religion is based on a long time ago. It's not based on. It's not. They not participating in the modern culture. And don't get me wrong, I can understand why you want to pick and choose which elements of the culture you choose to uh, participate in. But this is the difference between a religion and a culture. So the difference between us, right, is we're dealing with our situation right here. We're dealing with being an asset to uh, ourselves, our families, our communities, the world. You understand what I'm saying? And we do what we do not because of the love or fear, right, of some uh not because of the love or fear of some all powerful but unseen being that exists everywhere. We do it for the babies. See, that's something real, you understand what I mean, that's around us every day. See, we do it, to see, you know, the light grow, which is ourself. To see, the light be able to benefit, you know what I'm saying, off the knowledge and wisdom. Instead of you basing it on, well, look, we got to do these things right here if we want to get into heaven, or we need to do this other set of things over here, you know, because we so love, we so love this being that we never experienced before, and the experience that we do have has been, you know, it's been death, hell, and destruction. You can tell me about all the miracles that God did, but then you also got to tell me about all the babies that got blown up, over people having conflict over, some commodity or whatever it might be, whatever they have these international conflicts over, right? The list is long. You know, they just think about it. You've had religious wars. Why would you allow people to do that in your name, right? But then I'm only supposed to count the miracles. But just saying is that when this is what you contemplating, instead of the things that's right around you, you understand what I'm saying? And the equality that you have when you living out your mathematics, the people that's right around you, the circumstances that we in. See, we don't dress like Muhammad dressed in 632 AD. We not doing things that Jesus did in 2,000 years ago. We got to apply mathematics as it's appropriate for the time right here, right now. Again, we could build a pyramid, but we got steps and stages that we got to go through, things we got to do right here, right now to prepare. And we could write that history, but we got things that we have to do to prepare to live it out. Like right now, you ask your child, look, what you want to be, and you let them know, look, you could write that history. You could be that. But now, as a parent, you let them know the steps that they got to go through to prepare, right, to live that history out when the opportunity presents itself. So this is the difference between religion and culture. Like I'm not just, following the apocrypha. I'm not just following the apocrypha in the hadith in the you know the what would you call it, the Talmud. I'm not just following that. I know what the laws of the universe is, and I apply them in a proper way in this day, in this time. But do you understand what I mean, Igloo? What part of North Carolina you in? We got some people down in there. There used to be a lot of people coming in from North Carolina. Yeah, listen, I see this type of this type of this is a different type of side rally going on over here right now. It's a little, the side rallies is usually a little testy. Side rallies a little different today. This is different. This is different side type of rally. Yeah, igloo. How long you had the knowledge, igloo? Oh man, District 120, Mr. Side Rally Extraordinaire. Would you say you ask how people see today's degree? Well, that's generally we don't. If you come on the screen, we could all, you know, in my time, coming in now is still my time. Sometimes that's a word you could say that you throw yourself off. You see what I'm saying? You create a vibration. You create a vibration that you live out. It's still my time. But when I was getting knowledge, we didn't even bill on the phone. Like on the telephone, was none of that. Like you might greet a brother like peace God, you know what I'm saying? Or your name say, oh, you be over there? I yeah, no doubt, yeah, I'll be over there. I said, when we run into each other, yo, oh, you the guy I'm on the phone, right? I yeah, but in terms of going through lessons and all that on the phone, when things is when it's when it's in context, we go through things that that's for me, that's kind of my fault. Uh, Knowledge, what I'm saying, where you that was a lane that everybody uh that was a lane that that uh other brothers was already taking care of. Like when by the time I got on the internet, you already got brothers that like for instance, King Asiatic. You know what I'm saying? You go on King Asiatic, he go through the day's mathematics every day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Born. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we know, Persian Hadi Book of Life right there, you going through lessons. You know what I'm saying? So, generally speaking, uh, you know, we you know what I'm saying, we'll pick something, or even if we get specific within a degree, you know what I'm saying, how somebody see this, how somebody see that. But in general, yeah, I moved I kind of moved us in a different direction. You know what I mean? Where over here we deal a little bit more with the principles. You know what I'm saying? Just the value system. You know what I'm saying of being God. How to be God. You know because that's a big thing. You know what I'm saying? Like depending on, who you might have grew up around, you know what I'm saying, coming into the knowledge, you know, it might seem more natural to you. Like if you're from New York or, if you're not from New York, but you just been around certain people, you know, the whole science of being God, you know what I'm saying, in different things, it comes a little more natural to you. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, but for some people, it's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, if a person goes to a new country to learn a new language at a young enough age, then they can learn to speak that language without really an accent. But once you pass a certain degree, you always gonna have that accent from where you from. You know, you might have some to, a greater degree, some to a lesser degree, but we always going to know that you got that accent. You know what I'm saying? So I start seeing that. Uh, that was kind of the reason that I came on. You know what I'm saying? Is that I seen a lot of our values being compromised. You know what I'm saying? Like one of my very first videos was how, you start getting these, like categories or something of 5%. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, the Muslim gods and, all this different stuff that people was talking, where it's like, look, I don't know who started that, but somebody had to make knowledge born on, look, this is our actual principle dealing with that topic. We don't have sex, we don't have uh divisions, we don't have chapters. It's only one God, and that's the original black man with proper knowledge of himself. But so, that's why in particular, you see we go through a lot of these principles, you know what I'm saying? But we don't uh just quote the degrees, you know what I'm saying? We definitely use it as one of the basis that we speak from. You know what I'm saying? But I'm that way where I could tell if you know your lessons just from the way you talking. Like, a person you be talking, I already know if you know your lessons. Without asking you what's today's degree and this and that. Now, some things is just years of experience of, examining. You know what I'm saying? And uh, some things is just a little deductive reasoning. It's like with the law will manifest. We just say he's on the culture degree, right? In the 140. But wait a minute. The culture degree in the 140 is the same as the power degree in the 110. So who pauses on the culture degree in the 140? I'm not saying it's never happened ever, ever, ever. But I'm just saying there's a certain, like I said, just the experience of walking and talking is, when you talk, especially you talking about somebody studying, they studying every day. So you saying somebody that in the last month, right? Somebody in the last month whose knowledge, the culture degree in the 114 and the born degree in the 114, right? They're gonna spend days learning the culture degree in the 140. Somebody's playing. Somebody, I don't know where the game started. I don't know. I don't know if you playing games with yourself, and now it's making itself manifest that you telling me this. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but what I can say is that that doesn't really happen. You know what I'm saying? That's like it's not too many brothers, right? That say, "Yo, you know, um." I fell off my lessons, I was studying everything, right? I got to you know, the understanding power degree in the 140. Nah, it's never there. It's never there. You know, you 114, 136. That's what people get caught up. See, because at first you had excitement. You had excitement, you had motivation, you was around these new people, everything, what I'm saying, was like this and like that. You was enjoying the weed party, and this was just a part of the access to the weed party. You was studying little lessons or whatever, you rolling with Rush. So yeah, you had that energy in the beginning, but you didn't have the discipline. See, that's why the military training has to be included. See, because remember, that's a part of the whole program. You understand what I mean? Like when we saying, take the best part, you know, that's a part of the whole program of Elijah Muhammad is to instill some discipline in the black man. So we have to keep that part in mind. That's what happens to a lot of these people. They don't have the discipline, what I'm saying, after that first excitement wears off, when the camaraderie is not there and you in a situation where you by yourself. So you're in a situation where you by yourself, and now you got to show and prove you a lot. You know what I'm saying? And by show and prove it, I'm talking about you got to go from scratch. Meaning that right now, you come into the knowledge, you the guy, you go to the rally, you go to the school, you know, you come on the lives, whatever, but see, all this already existed. A lot of us go to the school now. We wasn't even physically birthed when the school came into existence. So guess what? School would have been there without you, and it would have still been there without you. The rally started without you, it still be there without you. The show and prove started without you, it still be there without you. The cipher started, the mathematics started, all of that already started. But now when you go somewhere where you gotta establish the foundation, you gotta establish everything. You gotta show and prove what king is. See, that's when it really, see, now it ain't no talking. Now it ain't no talking. See them couple of little questions that somebody asked you and you thought that was trials and tribs. See, now that's not important no more. You're right about that, Shakim. See, people ain't used to that, but that's the truth. When you manifest that the black man is God, be prepared because many will test you. Many will test you. Trust me. And some of the first people that's going to test you is the people right in your house. The people right in your house that seen you eating pig before, like think about all the dumb shit, you know, you did since you had the knowledge, the older guys. It's like, yo, man, what the hell is wrong with you? See, sometimes you judging the 85s. Them 85 saw you when you was dumber than that. So you go in the house, you know, the way your mom's looking at it, they think I used to wipe your ass soon you used to shit on yourself. Man, fuck you talking about you got. Nah, nah, nah. See, you talking crazy. I done bought all this pig in here. I done bought all this pig in here. And now you talking about don't cook it. You out your mind. I'll just keep right on making this pig until you get hungry enough to eat it. Hold on for a second. Hold on 1 second. You know, you're gonna be tested by all the people. You're gonna put yourself in some of them tests. Like every time you run into somebody who knew you, right? And they call you by your honorable name. See, every time you run into somebody who knew you from before, right? Yeah, they ain't nothing, they don't know. Last time they seen you, man, you was old, man. Now what you gonna do? You gonna say, listen, man, you know, my name ain't that no more, man. My name Darkim now. Or you gonna let them call you that and keep going right on with the flow. See, there's all levels of them, all the way up to you fuck around and get to the level where Allah was, where you in the institution and they're asking you, okay, show and prove what you're saying, because right now we think you're crazy. Imagine that test. We put you in here because we think you crazy because you saying you God,
That's what I'm saying.
right? Now listen though, but how you gonna get out of here still saying that you God though? See, normally if you go in, and this is the reason why we put you in, we want you to change that behavior. We want you to change that talking. Like if they put you in there for speaking suicidal thoughts, they want you to not be speaking those suicidal thoughts no more to let you out. See that's a test right there. Where listen, you not only went in there and came out still saying that, but look, while you was in there, you was teaching the science. Would you be able to pass that test? Would you have just said, you know what, man? So you saying y'all let me out if I just say I'm not God? Would you have been able to do the 22 months? Knowing that all you gotta do is say, all you gotta do is renounce your throne. So that's why, man, you need to be on point, man. Just for the just for the simple fact that you gotta go through all them things, look, you might as well know what you're dealing with, man. Like if like in anything that you're dealing with, like right now, you know, if you go to LA and you just throwing up the signs of a certain set and you don't even know them, son. Like you fuck around and lose your life out there, and you don't even know where this block is at. You just out there doing some shit you seen on a hip hop record or something, but you don't even know what it is that you dealing with. So when you going through all these different trials and tribulations, you know what I'm saying, of being the God, like you here in this situation right here with these people, you know what I'm saying, and it's some kind of social equality that's going on, right? But within their social equality, they eating pig. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? For a few dollars more, you know what I'm saying? You gonna sacrifice that principle? Now, I said pagan purpose because we know we got swine of world, every world that exists is swine in that world. It's positive and negative and everything. Just like you got certain bacteria that's in your body, right? That you need. You got certain bacteria in your body that aid you with digestion. You got certain bacteria in your body that fight off other bacteria that's harmful to you. See all these different things, man. You gotta keep in mind, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, when when you slacking, you know what I'm saying, with the knowledge. That's just the first layer. Like that's what everybody sees. That's what's out on the street. You know, yo, that brother didn't know his lessons, man. And yo, they, you know what I'm saying, they draw da da da. That's just the first level. And yeah, that can get out of hand too. That's just the first level. But it's the discipline. See, everybody can do the stuff when it's fun. That's what snitching is all about. it's all fun. It's all fun and games. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? When we getting paid. When we're on the victorious side, it's all good. It's all fun and games. But then when the time really comes for you to uphold the principles that you was living, see, you didn't go to the government when you needed some money. You went and did whatever legal thing you was doing. So why you going to the government now? It's not about look. You did what you did. If you want to tell on yourself.
Simple.
You see what I'm saying? See, look here, man. Let me explain something to you about talk. If if how many times have you seen a situation, right? If you've seen a situation, press one in the comment box, right? How many times you seen a situation, right, where some people did a crime, they got the money they was expecting to get, they got away scot free, and then one dude just turned himself in. Like he was just sitting there with his cut of the money and was like, yo, you know something, man? I can't keep this, yo. This ain't right, yo. I need to turn myself in, man. This ain't right. How many times have you heard about that happening? And I'm not saying it never happens. That I always, I'm open minded. But how many times, put one in the comment box, if you seen situations where everybody got away scot free, money got split, I can't live like this, man. I just can't take this money. I can't do it. See, if a situation like that occurred, then that's my fault. Or district wait, that's a movie, B Records. I'm talking about and even in Dead Presidents, oh yeah, Dead Presidents. But you seen that happen before, District 120? I never heard of the situation. Now I'm saying if somebody does that, then look, I'm gonna say, look, that was justified. And the people whoever did what they did with him, that was y'all fault for doing that with him. Y'all never should have put him in that position. You know what I'm saying? From the jump, y'all never should have even told him what y'all was doing because that's not the type of person he is. You put him in a position, you set him up to fail. You see, if you wait until after you get caught, and now all of a sudden you get this good conscience. Now all of a sudden you get no. G Dep told on himself. That's what I said. You know, I'm talking about a motherfucker go down. Look, look, I got this. $30,000. Me and these people. We made a move. You know, uh, the other person. Such and such and such. They live here. Such and such and such. They live there. See, it's always after you get busted. Now all of a sudden you have all this conscience, and then suddenly, another thing if you notice about these people who tell, suddenly after you get out of trouble, you become gangster again. How that works? You said in high school and at work, you've seen people who just turn themselves in. You know, they probably knew they was busted, but like I said, things, however things work in different places. I understand that everybody hasn't had my same experience. But I'm just saying that that's a situation right there where you see that it's, snitching is just about not handling your own responsibility for what you did and what you got caught for. It's not upholding your principle that, yo, if you don't got nothing, you're not asking nobody, you're not going to the government for no handout. That was the principle that you used when you did that crime. So don't run to them now. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. I was just saying that was a sidebar that got too long. You know what I'm saying? Is that when you say you God, you understand what I'm saying? You can't go back to liking the devil because the devil gives you nothing. You know what I'm saying? And expect everybody else to respond. Like if that's what you doing, if you still in the midst of liking the devil because the devil gives you nothing, and then you walking around wondering, yo, why these 85s don't want to get the knowledge of themselves? Because you ain't upholding the principles that people don't see no difference between what they doing and what you doing. Except if they wanna eat Twinkies, they can eat Twinkies. I gotta stop taking a shot at Twinkies because I know they took the lot out. But I mean I don't know what's swine no more because I don't eat
Yeah,
it. So
yeah. I'm
I
looking
don't
at the
even know.
5% paper. Our Father's Day is wisdom, 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 cipher, wisdom, wisdom. I just had to put that in there. I was just
You
looking
look
at the heading of the paper and shit.
it said what?
Also, our Father's Day is wisdom, 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 cipher, wisdom, cipher.
Okay.
I just had to, nah, because I was just doing knowledge, and I seen it because it's open right here, and I'm like, oh,
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, those is when we see those type of mathematics coinciding like that, we do need to take the time to do the knowledge to that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's something I was building with the but yeah, I know it's not I don't know what like what's like when you go on this. I mean, I know the pork rinds is pork. But I don't know what's the cake that got the swine in it now. You know what I'm saying? At that time, coming up, but I don't even probably eat that stuff. You know what I mean? Like every blue moon, I might get a taste or something like that. But I generally, I go straight for the stuff that I know. I don't. Nah, I wasn't really a Twinkie kind of guy like that. I just remember the Twinkie. Tell the truth. The reason the Twinkie stands out is because when I was very first getting the knowledge, this brother went in the store and he came out with a Twinkie. You know what I'm saying? And he just was eating it, and the other guy said, "Wow!" Like I'm talking about WWF slapped the Twinkie out his hand. I was like, "Yo, man, what you doing?" He's like, "What I'm doing? What you doing?" This shit is swine. So, you know, the Twinkie does stand out. That was a funny story. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but yeah, like I said, I don't even know. I mean, let's just say pork rinds then. But even when I don't even see them no more. Do they still make that? what did happen with her, man? Pardon me, y'all. We gonna have a little sidebar right here. You say Jaguar Wright thought she was taking everybody down, then promoted her album and CBD products. Is that what happened with Jaguar Wright? I was wondering how that was going to end up. You know, uh, See, like I said, when you looking at different situations, you know what I'm saying? You know, you gotta look at the foundation, man. What is the foundation of something? See what I mean? You know, how that got started, in that way that it did. Not saying that that's how time started or that's how that event started happening, you know, but how that particular trouble started. You see what I'm saying? Just like when we looking at this nation, you know, we not the beginners, we not the origin of the science of mathematics. You know what I'm saying? 1964 is not the origin of the science of mathematics. It's the origin of the science being manifested to the babies and then the world in this day and time, in this wilderness of North America. You know what I'm saying? But when you look back at the beginning elements of something, you basically looking at the nature of that thing. You know what I'm saying? When you look back at the beginnings of something, you know what I'm saying? When you look back at a person's, you know, parents, what kind of parents they had, what kind of people they was, what kind of upbringing that person had when they was very young, you looking, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna see the elements of that person's or that thing's nature. Like right now, if you got a chair in your house, right, and it's wood, right, and then you know what kind of tree that wood came from. That got all different things to do with the traits and characteristics that's natural to that wood, even in that form of a chair. So, when I look at what she was doing and how she was talking, the things she was talking about, the first thing that struck me with everything that she's saying and all these people you talking about is that, yeah, but you was down. Like all of these people that you saying was all negative, you was down with them. So just off of the foundation of the things she was saying, and so I was kind of like, yo, I don't know how this is gonna turn out. You know what I'm saying? I already was, but shout out to Jaguar White. Probably a nice album. Probably great CBD products too. You know what I'm saying? Perhaps maybe she has some Irish moss. I'll get some Irish moss from her. But no, I drink the Irish moss, right? It's sea moss, whatever it is. We'll look it up. What she got a website? Well, complete got a lot that was supposed to be the science of the devil. You know what I'm saying? When you say they running around the planet telling people they God and so quick to call others the devil, yet they don't see their own devilishment. So that means that they still haven't learned the lesson, you know what I'm saying, that is, supposed to be the moral of the Yakub story. You know what I'm saying? See, one thing that happens is you leave out 70% of the story. Like, what's in the degrees, that's what goes on to happen to the 30%. But the story just starts right there. You got 70% satisfied. Well, I'm saying if you don't pay attention, the story is just, you got 70% satisfied, 30% dissatisfied. But what brought them to the point of it being 70% satisfied and 30% dissatisfied? The wordsmith, the wordsmith is, the wordsmith is, I see you added to that. Star Crunch, I don't even know. Man, how you gonna call it bipolar? All right, new black knowledge. In fact, Rob, I think today's a, we've gone through. I've been on a little bit of a rant today. We should wind down with that right there. Uh, we got a lot of new people in the room today too. By the way, if you're new, do the Each One Teach One, hit the like button, subscribe, and of course, share this on your other Twitter, Facebook groups, text messages, etc., etc. But let's get into uh, the tribe, Rob Warren, that you were saying you identified for straying away from civilization. I don't know if you need the. I don't know if you need the link. Her abrupt mood swings. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna say that that I thought she was 100% stable. But I didn't. It was just one of the things. And this is a Hotep channel. You know what I'm saying? So, you didn't want to, start calling her a bitter, angry black woman. You just, that's, you can't do that right now. I could lose, I could lose my Hotep status. I could lose my Hotep status like that. Plus, I haven't paid attention to her in a while. Like the last time I seen her, she was doing some rants. She was doing some rants from inside her car. Yeah, Peace to Jaguar White, man. Shout out. Like I said, it's probably a great album. You know, I'll probably check it out. You know what I'm saying? You know, what you said, A.R. Ab got stabbed or he stabbed someone in a holding facility. See, I'm going way out. Speaking of tribes, you find out that Jabbar in Arabic means compeller. Man, what's happening, that's something that is like a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like uh something real has to be done, you know what I mean, to something real has to be done to save these lives, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something uh about, you can condemn people for whatever they doing wrong. You know what I mean? But there's something about the saying that, look, we all we got. And so, like for instance, a lot of people, they turn their back on, what I call the crack generation. You know what I'm saying? If you was born between 1955 and 1965, in this New York City, you it's a good, very good possibility you smoke crack. And the way we just discard them, what I'm saying, as people. But what happens though is that the role they supposed to play in society, does not go away. Wait, Crazy Legs has some accusations? What they said about Crazy Legs? You know what I'm saying? But the role that these young brothers have to play in society, and a lot of these brothers, like the AR Abs, you know the Pop Smokes, the King Vaughns. I don't want to leave nobody out. You know what I mean? But all of these brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? Their time to play their role in society is right now. It ain't like they people who is like, yo, your time already passed, or people that's like, well, yo, you still got time before you got things you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure ARF, got kids, you know what I'm saying, that's out here right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm talking about biological ones, you know what I'm saying? Let alone all of them. They got kids that look up to them that they could be, impacting in a positive way and everything. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is the roles that is their time to be playing right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, so you could condemn them because they doing this, or condemn them because they in the gangs, or whatever the case may be. But if something concrete don't happen to change that, you know what I'm saying? You know, we never gonna be able to prosper as a society. Yeah, Supreme, man. Prison is real. You can't poke the lion without checking to see if the cage is open. He tormented the police through Vlad, and they went after him majorly. Yeah, and I mean that's been something that's been a warning for a minute, and it turned out to be 100% true that uh you need to stay off of Vlad TV talking crazy. But yeah, Rob Boy, you want
Yeah, peace, God. Science.
this?
What's the volume?
Yeah. Um, because yeah, that's just we've been all over the place, but coming back to there because you know, uh in that degree, uh, from my observation, the time doesn't really match up. You know what I'm saying? In terms of I'm not sure when Elijah Muhammad is saying Shabazz existed. You know what I'm saying? But
Right,
in terms of when you're dealing with what you got, the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and then the Iron Age. You know what I'm saying? You know,
mm-hmm.
you got certain people who they had to be at least up to the Bronze Age because they're accounted for in the artwork in Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right,
But
right.
then when we see them today, they living in the Stone Age. You know what I'm saying? So this is what, I always drew out what Elijah was talking about, you know what I'm saying? But in terms of the time frame, you know what I'm saying, that the people I'm talking about, this is after the glory days of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, like I said, I'm not sure when Shabazz was supposed to have existed. But go ahead though.
Yeah, that degree got a lot of things in it. I mean, so one is the observation of the language in describing that continent. At a point, you're saying that the people who live on this continent are savage. And what do you tell us what a savage is? A savage is one who has lost all knowledge of himself, and he's basically living. He's living the beastly way of life. There's no time ever there that happened. I mean, now what you can do is you can point out Pacific Wars or something like that where but you have to time frame it. So right after that, it says he brought a trading post to the jungles of this continent. So if we use our chronology, there's no devil on the planet Earth 6,000 years ago. So you ain't talking about past then. So we know that civilization is based off of 7 different principles. That's writing, you got mathematics, you have language, trading, government, state. I mean, and then they debate about what the other thing is, what is cause of civilization. So now when you move on further, now comes the time frame that you just brought up. The people who live on this continent are the ones who strayed away from civilization. Strayed away from what civilization? When did they not have knowledge, wisdom, understanding? When we know that mathematics is first founded where? In Africa. In the place now called Africa, if you don't want to use the name. I mean, you have the what? The Shango bone, right? And that's breaking down so-called the menstrual cycles of the moon. We got all of the first sciences ever created is there on that continent. And that goes further because you're dealing with technology. And the technologies is dealing with what you brought about the Stone Age. You're dealing with tools and this certain technology called Levinos technology, lithic technology. And even when we think of what he's talking about as civilization beginning in Arabia, you have the Arabian Nubian complex. So it's called Nubian complex. And then when you get into that, that's 170,000 years old. So according to Elijah, this tribe of Shabazz came to Africa, so that we developed our coarse hair so that we could get accustomed to the jungle, and that these people are the people who strayed away. So this is his story, but that's not in 120. But in order to understand that, I look at it as, I know you're talking about the tribe of Shabazz at the end of the question. In the beginning of the question, when you say a European brought a trading post there, now that makes things tricky. What trading post are you talking about? When did the European get there? I mean, so for me, I know the slave trade begins 1440, right? But you basically build your first trading post around, I think it's 1469 or 1489. I might have it wrong because I can't remember the date, but I know the place is the Elmina Castle. And that castle was a trading post that didn't have anything to do with trading slaves. Because originally, when they came over there and tried to snatch us, we was beating their ass up. And they said, we can't do that. We can't come over there and take them. So what we're going to do is we're going to trade. So what are we trading with them? Salt. They want gold. We doing that type of thing. They giving us utensils. So for me, I look at, this is just my understanding, God, so I could get it. I look at it as what all the people were saying what Africa was at that time frame in 1930s and prior to that. All of those black abolitionists prior to him, they will all say that we need to leave here and go back to Africa. Not all of them agreed, But was one thing that they all said. They had civilization societies. They said we're going to go civilize the African. What do they mean by that? What do they mean when they say that? They mean they need to teach them about the Bible. They need to teach them about Jesus. And when we went there, we thought that they were backwards because we have this culture here. So I look at that and I incorporated of that. The last part of how I see that is you're basically saying that we have people everywhere and that these terms is utilized to divide the people, all right? And that you could look at that and be like, yeah, okay, the black man is everywhere. So if you go through his tribe of Shabazz when the moon is blown off from the earth and you go through all of this and you go through that, you basically going to deal with a little evolution there. Because now you're talking about from one point of people coming out in Africa and going into the places called Arabia and all these things that brought civilization. So you can put it to that, but I think that's up for interpretation. So for me, I see the first part as saying that, listen, we got people everywhere, right? There's no tribe called Africa. We know that. I mean, the second part, the trading post, I think that's talking about the slave trade. I don't agree with there was ever a time where the people didn't know who they were. That's what we say savages when they have griots and they have all of their original traditions even before the European gets there and when he's there. And I don't agree with who's these people who strayed away from civilization. What civilization? You know, but that's my understanding behind it.
Well, I think, especially dealing with all of the other research, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm doing a little bit of more inductive reasoning, you know what I'm saying? When we look at how uh you know, a lot of things is coming out of Egypt right before that. You know what I'm saying? Even the other dude, the Lucius uh Lenin dude,
Right, right,
Noble
right, right.
Jew Ali, all of them is speaking of Egypt, you know what I'm saying? And that's the the last thing was left. You know what I'm saying? Because because the Caucasian man was there, there's some measure of preservation there, you know what I'm saying, of that history. Because for one thing, they could place themselves there and act like they had some part to do with that history. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said in terms of uh the timing that he's talking about, you know what I'm saying? When Shabbat supposed to have existed, you know what I mean? To me, he's talking about the fall of Egypt, you know what I'm saying? And individuals going, like I said, where they not totally savage, you know what I'm saying, in the form of when you talk about the Europeans in the second degree, you know what I mean? But they're not manifesting the level of civilization. Well, not all of them. You know what I'm saying? It's manifesting the level of civilization that they was in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's a part of that part of the Greek where he says the people of that continent are the only people they have and are all savages. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
you still got your Timbuktus, your great Ghanas, your Songhais, you know what I'm saying? Great Zimbabwe's, you know what I'm saying? But then in the midst, you got people like the pygmies who they recorded in Egypt, but then when you see them now, they live in a stone age, you know what I mean? But then another pushback from the other side, you know what I mean, is they was under so many attacks, you know what I'm saying? Not just from the Europeans, but from the other groups and tribes, the other, you know, entirely different populations from them that's in Africa.
Right, right. And with those people, the Twa people, this is interesting. In January of this year, they finally decoded some DNA in West Africa of an 8,000-year-old boy and a 4,000-year-old man, I believe it was. And what they found was that the original people over there what is tribe called the Akkad tribe. So those would be your um tribe people, you can say. So these are just this really a misnomer, the same word like pygmy, like those people had different tribes and they was doing different things. So over there in West Africa, you have those people over there for thousands upon thousands of years. And when the Bantu expansion happens, they mix with different people. So, it's like once Egypt falls, first and foremost, like even before there's an Egypt, right? Even before, first and foremost, what is Egypt? When we really look at that, right? That is on the Nile River. The Nile River goes up to the Congo, bro. You know what I'm saying? And when you do that, that is a amalgamation of multiple different people. Thus, you have my name, Muntu. That name comes from the Congo, but that is a Kemetic god there in Egypt. So I'm like, yo, how the hell did I get there? I'm like, oh shit. So I saw that and I was like, wow, you know what I'm saying? So when we look at this point, there never was like, let's say I'll just leave Egypt and go to Gobekli Tepe. I'm in Turkey now. Gobekli Tepe predates Egypt and Kemet as far as our first ritual temple. They got artifacts on the walls, animals, alligators. Who are those people? Are those the original, man? Who are those people? So now you're dealing with thousands of years before Kemet even exists. And then you have the people in South Africa. You have the Hasda people. And then you have all these new bonds they found in South Africa. Now, if I go to, based off of like chronology, if I go to West Africa and I'm looking at Ghana, I'm looking at a tradition that's before that. And it's called the Kentampo culture. That's 3000 BCE. Some of them put it at 7. So it's a debate between 7 and 3. But then you have another tradition, a culture they're called the Pon tradition. These are the things that are not brought out. So when we look at what is these civilizations based off of, they based off of building. They based off of using science, meaning tools, dealing with iron, dealing with gold, dealing with mining. And you know about the mines, God. Like, you got mines 40, 50,000 years all around. So civilization, from that initial breakout of out of Africa too, which is 60 to 70,000 years ago, all of these people that migrate to Arabia, that's a civilization. Boom, they go to Australia, another civilization. India, another civilization. But they all got a root. They all come from one place. I mean, so, and also when dealing with that degree, then there comes that question again. Yo, the original people called the continent Asia. Where's that at? I mean, I think we did that. I did that bill before, and I showed like, yo, we predate the word Asia. We predate the word Africa or any other name. We predate those names. So I looked at it as the brother was trying to eliminate some sort of division, but he is in a time frame where this stigma is put on it. Because no matter how you want to break it down, he's saying civilizations in Arabia at the holy city of Mecca. And I don't even want to go that far because if we go into Mecca, if you want to call it Baka or whatever, that thing is not that old, bro. And what civilization are you talking about that came from there? When you say we didn't speak our own language, what was our own language? You could say mathematics, everybody spoke that, but everybody was dealing with that. Where were they not dealing with that? Civilization is based off of that. How are they building things or making art forms? Or if you look at the note culture and see that's mathematics. When you look at the way we braid our hair, that's a whole mathematical culture what they was dealing with. If you look at the divination systems, the binary code that we have in computers right now is directly in divination systems of Ifa and others that are right there in West Africa. And where do they say that came from? They say you have one part that say that comes from Egypt, in this place called Siwa. Know what I mean? And that's another story. But those are things that I look at when I'm trying to build and add on to that. Because there's no language specifically per se. We can't date a language. You're not gonna do that. If you do that, okay, who's the oldest people? The same people and the highest the people. What they speak, they talking with clicks, and they still talking right now. So obviously, well, is that what we saying? All we saying is mathematics. You know what I mean, what civilization didn't use mathematics? So I look at it as saying that every place or on the planet Earth where the original man went built on his civilization and built on by observing nature. You know, that's how I see it, God. There's a whole I can go a little further with it, but you know, that's just the way I
Mm,
see it. But you had
yeah,
a good point as far as how you tied that in there.
yeah. That's a but like I said, when does anybody know when Shabazz was supposed to have existed?
Yeah, I got the thing, man. It was in that book. I can't remember it off my head because I'm on my phone now. If I switch to the thing, it'll mess up. I should go on the computer, but I gotta run out of it. I think it's some. This is 50,000, 60,000 years ago that this
Right, yeah,
happened.
it's 50,000. Right. So that's what I was saying at the time didn't match up. You know what I'm
Right, right.
saying? In terms of, what I'm saying, because some of the things he's saying, like if you have that if you're looking at Egypt in reference to how people look over there today, you know what I'm saying? Or if you're dealing with, kind of the phenotypes that's in East Africa, you know what I'm saying? And then you trying to describe uh the people in West Africa, you know what I'm saying? You know, uh kind of this is where the Shabazz story starts fitting in. You know what I'm saying? Where your nose and change and your hair change and all of this, you know what I'm saying, type of stuff like that. But 50,000 years ago, then you put things into the
Yeah,
you,
you're right.
you,
I gotta run out of here, God. But I would want to keep that. This is a question that we could definitely go in on, and
yeah, we
I would like to respond to some of them comments, but I gotta go. But one
I
question:
don't know.
what is a jungle life? What is jungle life? What is a jungle way of life? Can
Well,
anybody in the chat that can explain what a jungle way of life is?
the jungle way of life is uh you're adapting to your environment. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, we in a concrete jungle. You know what I'm saying? We adapted to this environment. We know how to survive over here. Uh, by adjusting certain parts of our culture. You know what I'm saying? Whereas a beast way of life, you start living like the animals in the environment that you in. Like you totally change into something else. You know what I mean? Like people that go into jail experience that. Some people go in there and they survive, you know what I'm saying, the way you got to survive. And then some people go into a different state of mind where it's like, yo, are you even planning to go home? You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. Yeah. So that's a that's a deep thing, but I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it with this. So sort of like we deal to the first degree in the knowledge culture cipher. And it talks about why do we renew our history, and you have this 25,000 thing pop up in there. This great number. So what happened 25,000 years ago? What happened 50,000 years ago? So when you go into this ecology of the earth and how the scientists break this down, you have a point where what was once a desert wasn't a desert. That it was forest and things of that nature, which was once a hot place wasn't always a hot place. It was either cold or, and it changed. When you get to 25,000 years ago, you now dealing with the maximum ice age. What would that do? That would make people leave where they at and go to a different place. That's going to change the whole order of civilization as we know it. And then we've seen it. But, that's something else to add to what you just brought up as far as what was going on 50,000 years ago. according to, we can only look at science and how they come up with what was going on. And when people start moving around, we get to see that it's nature and it's these environmental pressures that cause people to move around. And that right there changes everything, you know. But with that being said, yeah, this was peace though. I like to get into this, Bill. I want to get into this, man. You never
That's
come on. You
actually,
never come through the chat, man. You don't never come on my side. You scared,
yo,
God?
I be on the chat. But you right though. I ain't never say nothing on there yet. Matter of fact, I was getting ready to ask you, because I didn't get a chance to get to the end. Who, what name won the competition?
Oh, Negro.
Negro won the competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to put the link to that video in the I gotta put the link to that video in the community tab
Yo,
because
that
that
shit was
was a good
crazy.
one.
You know, my man Too Slang was mad at me because I kept asking him because I read it in the book. And I'm like, yo, how do you find this newspaper? Because we have the newspapers. And I was like, yo, son, I had to ask this dude like 100 times, like, all right, I'm gonna find this shit. And I was talking to you that night when we was on all that time. I found it. That's what I was looking for. So I had to pay like $70 so I could have these papers for the year. And then I put the year in there, and I found them. And I was read. I went through all 6 of them, 6 weeks of it. And I looked at it and I was like, oh shit. People was debating if we should call ourselves Asiatic, Moorish America. But it's weird when those responses were intelligent and it's symbolic to what we say today. But every person that
Mhm.
mentioned Negro was saying that is because it comes from a river, the Niger River, and it shows that they are of African descent. All of them said that.
Right.
But that's crazy. Asiatic at the third week, Asiatic was gone, son. I was like, damn, no Asiatic in the building. It started off with Asiatic was there, and then it was gone, bro. And people was like, get that shit out of here. I said, yo.
Ah, all right, G. But
All right.
I'm definitely gonna be on tomorrow, so we catch back up.
All right. Peace. Peace to the chat and everybody listening. Peace.
All right, peace. So, what you say here? Complete. God Allah said, Amazulu and Unkulu Kulu provided me insight to that degree. What is I know Amazulu means black, right? Um, what is Unkulu Kulu? Um, but we got a good point in here uh made by Krishan Bell, right? Uh, for some of these answers turn to Sri Lanka mainly Tamil and Sinhalese, it lines up with the lessons. Now, what part of the lessons you saying it lines up with? Because there is something interesting in there. Uh, that's something that I find Interesting. I just don't know if that's what you're talking about. Well, he's not talking about Pangea. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about the entire planet. In the language of Elijah. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about the entire planet. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but translating that, translating that into, uh, translating that into, language that we could communicate to people out here right now. You know what I'm saying? Like when we say, we the 5% on this poor part of planet Earth, we can translate that to somebody who's not a 5%, by describing that history and that heritage, you know what I'm saying, that the Sinhalese, but all throughout the Indian Ocean, right? And even into the Pacific Ocean. Uh uh you got people like the Tamils. It's also the people from the Andaman Islands. You know what I'm saying? The Jarawa people, and all of those kind of people, the Aboriginals in Australia, um, the people in like Papua New Guinea, um, the South Pacific Islanders, all of them is supposed to be descended from people who left Africa in a different migration 50,000 years ago, from what I understand, is when they dated that to. So, in other words, they're related to they're related to Africans, right? But they're not related to Europeans. Like they left Africa before the strains of DNA, where they call them haplotypes or whatever, before those strains of DNA left to become Europeans and Asians. Uh, the people that I was just naming is some of the people that had already migrated out. So I'm not sure if that's what you was talking about when you brought up the Tamils and the Sinhalese. But just saying, picking up where Rabon had left off. We talking about, well, what was happening 50,000 years ago. All I know is the wordsmiths. I know the wordsmith kids be bugging. you, you can't say nothing around. You can't say nothing around. Can't wake up in the morning and ask you for pancakes. You talking about the devil. I mean, Allah will manifest. I mean, look, even if you take it to that level of doing that, you still got to teach him. If he's drinking out the container, whatever it is, you know, I'm not saying that discipline is not necessary. You're doing better than me, but you still got to teach. So what you said, I also found in Adam's Bridge there that also explains the Yaqub story 6,000 years ago. And there are claims that this is a root of civilization even more ancient than Kemet and Indus Valley. The Adam's Bridge is where, hence will explain with hence will explain the connection with the Indo-European language family. Supreme Understanding covers these areas of discussion extremely well in his Science of Self series with the books When the World Was Black, Part 1 and 2, and what does Supreme Understanding have to say. So you found in Adam's Bridge that explains the Yaqub story in present day. Yeah, see, the law will manifest. That means there's a whole series of teaching you got to go. You got to go through. See, when he said ain't no cup, you gotta teach them about refinement. But I don't. So like, what's the connection to the bridge? Like, who is the bridge named after? Connects with the debate between Dr. Wesley and Paul Guthrie. Well, what Wesley and Paul Guthrie is talking about is that's a different thing than this right here. The difference between a jungle life and a beast life is, you know, right now, if something happens, like right now, civilization is damaged in some way, you know, if I go into the jungle, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, this level of civilization is not available to me, I'm gonna start doing things like hunting. I'm gonna start figuring out which one of these trees is the best for me to chop down to make a house out of, and I'm gonna start living in a way that's adapted to, that circumstance. You know what I'm saying? But if that happens and I just start eating raw meat, you know what I'm saying? You know, uh, not trying to be around water to bathe and all of these types of things. Now you're living a beast life. I'm saying, yeah, Wesley and Paul. I mean, so Wesley and Paul Guthrie have actually had a debate. Like I knew they was talking about it, but nothing never had came about it. Uh, so so-called Adam, it would fit the whole Yaqub narrative based on the dates in history The travel route to the Caucasus Mountains match. Just food for thought. I'm not claiming to know all answers. I mean, um, yeah, I gotta check the debate because I wanted to see what was gonna come out of that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't. I gotta check it out. So the bridge was named after Adam. You saying from the Bible? The difference is a beast life is about how you live. A jungle life is about your area. Could areas of life overlap between jungle and beast life? Well, yeah. You know, if you get conquered by the jungle, you know what I'm saying? Like in New York, we used to have a saying, you could take the kid out the city, but you can't take the city out the kid. You know what I'm saying? So if your way of adapting to your environment, you know what I'm saying, is by, regressing, into how the beasts live in here. But that could be any environment, you know what I'm saying, that you go into, you know, uh, if all of a sudden, you start going to the store and say, for instance, the ham and cheese sandwiches, they cheaper than turkey and cheese or the roast beef, you know. So you start eating the ham and cheese, you know. That's another level of it. But they overlap. Oh, they gave. I think I seen a little presentation, but I wanted to see a little. I wish they would have went on Mean Gene, so I could see if they what's the name. Nah, there's a lot. Said Wesley is peace, but extremely biased. He tries to mold information to fit what Elijah taught, but Elijah wasn't right on absolutely everything. You see, that's another thing that happens when you deal with religion. You know what I'm saying? You always end up having to defend. You always end up having to defend uh, some element of this religious story. See what I'm saying? Because this is another difference between religion and culture. See, the culture just has a history. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this person, they like the temperature over here in this area, or they start coming over here and they can catch fish mad easily. So then they start be see this is a culture, right? But see, even within cultures, this happens too. But especially in religions, what happens is, okay, we have these real things, but now because this is not real, right? We have to inject some mythology somewhere into the history. So we can't just talk about people who existed, what I'm saying, in Asia Minor or what they call the Middle East right now. We can't just talk about people who existed in that area who was teaching freedom, justice, and equality at a particular time. We got to talk about how this person was transfigured and came out from behind the stone and all this kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? Now you got to use that little gap right there to explain, okay, how you got from this dude dying to, all this other stuff over here. And because that's mythology, you always end up defending those gaps. If somebody just put something there, right, to appease and appeal to religious minded people. You know what I'm saying? When you come up to somebody who's mathematically minded, you understand what I mean? You're going to end up having to defend and justify. You see what I'm saying? You know, when you're dealing with a culture, okay, if we find out that, yo, all this time, those kind of sticks we was using to make the fishing rods out of, yeah, nah, that ain't the best kind. It's another kind we could use. Like, where they at? Well, let's see how it works. See, we can do that. We can just let positive elevation correct that error. But now, when we believe that the sticks we was making it out of is for some holy purpose, because this is the one that Jesus used. So now we have to do it the way that Jesus would do it. See, now you got to start making stuff up. See what I mean? And when somebody mathematically comes and say, well, how you know Jesus used that one? How you know Jesus didn't know the other one was better? See, we can't open our minds up enough for none of that to come into play, when we religious. Yeah, I see the same thing, boy, in terms of it does appear to be individuals kind of jockeying for position. You know what I'm saying? Just to be in that proper position to take over the leadership in the NOI. We actually had a discussion about that. Um, the people who we see, you know, uh, you got Nuri. Is it Nuri Muhammad? Uh, Riza Islam seems to be putting his Riza Islam seems to be throwing his hat in the ring. Uh, you got Wesley. There's a couple other dudes that I'm not as well versed with, but I definitely I'm one mind with you on that. And no, Chesapeake knows better. Older ones might not rock with RZA. I mean, well, look, that's the same thing that happened with Farrakhan. Like a lot of the people who was around when Elijah was around, they never rocked with the people that was around when Elijah was younger, when he was uh, firmly in control. They never Black Angels. No, I don't think I read that one. Yeah, it's possible, but you know, uh, dealing with the Adams Bridge though you was talking about in Sri Lanka. I don't know about that. Sometimes uh, the brain is the brain's job is to you know, identify things and see patterns. You know what I'm saying? Recognize, uh, you know, recognize these patterns. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we recognize, patterns in something, we like, oh, this is this over here, is that, but we got to be careful. You know what I'm saying? Things have to be matched up carefully. So, uh, saying the Adams Bridge, like the Indo-European language connection and all of that, I don't think it's a very solid foundation for that entire Indo-European history. There could be some other things that I don't know about. You know what I'm saying? But these is like kind of jumps that people made. I'm talking about historians that came early in the game. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these European connections to places is about trying to uh, legitimize the colored people. Like Cleopatra was not really that she wasn't really a part of Egyptian history really at all. She's really a part of European history. How the Romans uh got control of North Africa in that time. But at any rate, we've had a good live today. Do we have any last questions? All right. You see the link right here for the Black Angels, Sterling Sterling Hobbs by Sterling Hobbs. A guy named Zaro Zaro Aga lived to be 157. Did I cover the new strain? Uh, but I mean, it's not too much coverage I can do of it. I know it exists. Um, but I mean, what's the you had any particular thing to add on about that? So he can live to be 300. He won't be traveling and giving lectures and whatnot at 100. Oh wait, now it said he had the new strain 2 weeks ago. So uh, you talking about the mutation, or you saying that you got it in the second wave? Get out of here. It's a fictional novel, but it has many jewels. Speaks of a secret group trying to control the NOI, and they call themselves the 5%. Yeah, they say the vaccine is general and it will cover it, but you gotta, you gotta. I mean, it depends on what the mutation is and how much is mutated. You know what I'm saying? All right, you on there, you on the inside. Whoa, well, that's definitely, man. First of all, uh, hope you out of there soon. But so they got so it's another mutation that's see that's what I'm saying. With these things, that's why I'm like, yo, listen, we got a whole lot of information, not a lot of knowledge, and that's the time when you gotta be the most uh, your head on a swivel. We got a whole bunch of, information. Yo, this is out, that's out. Yo, the vaccine. Yo, the vaccine is working. Yo, side effects. You understand what I mean? Some people is going to tell us it's perfectly safe. You know, and then they shutting down. Administering it. Oh, they changed it now to saying they no longer know if it will work for the mutation. You see? That's why I said, it's okay to do the knowledge. Like that's something that I see, man, that a lot of 5% get caught up in. You know what I mean? Because, you already said you got, you feel all big and bad, like you gotta have the answers to everything. Listen, man, it's perfectly valid to do the knowledge. To just say, look, I don't know what's going on, but my head is on swivel. Ain't nothing getting past me. But in terms of, you don't want to. It's like when you hear shooting. You want to react, but you don't want to react too quick. You don't want to run into the fire. Take your time. Take a second to assess what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you don't hear me jumping all out the window with too many different conclusions before I get enough information to make an educated decision. You know what I'm saying? And see, SW, the parliament. Oh yeah, we ain't gonna be seeing no parliament. I mean, the school system is they was halfway open, and now they going back into lockdown. So um, I don't see it being more than likely. we gonna be talking about virtual parliament. The weather is they talk about the weather is not shaping up that great, you know what I mean, in terms of being outside. You know what I mean? So right now it doesn't look good. You know what I mean? They not New York is at least in partial lockdown. You know what I mean? Especially for things that it's no direct economic benefit for them. They shutting it down. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask too, SW. So your taste and smell does come back. I didn't know I didn't know what the deal with that was either. What you mean it's an immune disease? Well, it says here the religious system of the Amazulu by Callaway Henry. Okay, and what is this book about? Just a little quick synopsis. Yeah, I thought it was just in England. I thought it was just in England where they had the. I heard though that the upside though about when you lose your taste, right, is that you can eat everything that's healthy for you that you didn't like the taste of. Think you could just eat mad healthy. Okay, yeah, silver lining. So wait, you saying it's already left? It's already left England. See what I'm saying? It's like you got to be paying attention. Uh, almost 24 hours a day to the news now. You got to be paying attention almost 24 hours a day to the news now to stay hip to what's going on. Oh, so now I see what you're saying, knowledge, because that's pretty much what they said the first time. You know, 'cause, they acting like, well, it just arrived here, and then we find out now it's been here for months. SW, that's the that's the new method. You know what I'm saying? Um, I mean, pretty much, uh, wordsmith. That's correct. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the YouTube police might get us for talking like that. Uh, but SW, where you said just don't get caught up in information overload. That's the that's what they dealing with. You know what I mean? In terms of that's the new, uh, you know, that's the new way of making you blind, deaf, and dumb. You know what I'm saying? Is the eye is fast, but you can't see everything. So they make you blind by what? Giving you more than one thing, giving you more than one thing for you to pay attention to. That's what musicians. That's what magicians do. Sleight of hand. See, they do something over here. You understand what I'm saying? While the real action is over there. You know what I'm saying? See, before they used to make you blind by keeping you in the dark, meaning, you know, uh, in the 1300s, they control the masses by not having no education. So people could only believe in the Bible and in the church. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but now they do it by giving you so much to look at. So in the end, you don't end up seeing nothing. Same thing with hearing. You know what I'm saying? Especially with hearing. Once you got more than two people talking, or even two people, it's extremely difficult to keep track. If you get more than two voices, then you effectively deaf. In terms of being able to hear something that's going to be of use to you. So I'm just saying that that's the new method that they use to keep people blind, deaf, and dumb. You know what I mean? Is overloading them, with so much information that it's just simply no way for you to process it all. Not rationally. So it leads to confusion, just within the society. Brothers was talking yesterday about, Animal Farm and 1984 and what was the other thing they had? Thing where the Earth was supposed to got invaded by aliens from I think it was Orson Welles. Yeah, Melchizedek. No, there's no Muslim guys. Where you at? Knowledge a lot. what does Matthew 24 say? I mean, we gotta be prepared, but we can't jump out the window. Yeah, War of the Worlds. That's what I'm talking about. All right, you out in love, wow. Hmm. Yeah, and I hear, something I don't know how the news is going on inside, but yeah, on the uh on the outside, man, they saying that California is being ravaged right now. Like hospitals nearing capacity. Hmm? Let's not go in on Muslim guys. See, they look. Here's the thing: if they want to be Muslim, they could be Muslim. But their problem is that they try to dictate what our history is. Like whoever they want to be, that's who they could be. But see, when they come around changing the history of the 5%, then that's when the you can only take being a charlatan so far, and then you overdo it. A unique, but that was last year though when a unique got sick though, right? Yeah, that's what I was hearing, man. That California is reporting more cases now than some countries. So but I mean, yeah, but a lot of people they think they already know everything. Like, yeah, you wanna be able to be ahead of the curve. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be the last person to realize things is going on. You know what I mean? But uh, sometimes we jump to a conclusion too quick about what's going on. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know, sometimes just letting your only action be be to do the knowledge is the best thing. Yeah, um, my whole thing is, throughout all this thing, whether you can prevent it physically or whether you just got to do it mentally, you know, don't, y'all speaking about that word in there right now. Look, don't panic. Don't get to the state where you're not thinking rationally, right? Where, because your situation is so limited, they could come in and give you a dumb choice and you make a stupid decision. Because to me, that's one thing. Uh, that's probably the biggest danger right here. Is that no matter, it's a lot of people have been looking at things, and in my opinion, at least, people have been looking at things a little bit short term. You know what I'm saying? We got to look at the long term of what they doing. You know what I'm saying? Is you know, kind of starving the people out. You know what I'm saying? Like putting you in a situation where you're so desperate, right? Whether it's mentally or physically. Because a person could be desperate. You got people on Wall Street, millions of dollars, that's panicking right now. Like right now, if somebody told that joke, but I'm gonna borrow from them. Right now, you think if Jeff Bezos woke up and he had like $10 million, like if he woke up with $100 million, he would be panicking, son. So that's why I said it's not necessarily only physically; it's physically and mentally. Don't you know? Not be paying attention while you get in a position where they can come and say, "Well, you know, we'll offer you a little social equality, a little economic equality, a little, whatever it is, if you go along with whatever our plan is, sign right here, and we'll give you a couple of sandwiches." You know what I'm saying? A situation where you know both choices is bad for you. You know, this is what happened to us in the presidential election just now. It's from years, months, and days, decades, what I'm saying, of not dealing with politics the correct way. You understand what I'm saying? We didn't have nobody there to represent us. So we had to make a decision between two very bad choices. To me, that's the danger. A lot of these things is not time yet. Yeah, I mean, great things come after great adversity, but it depends, two things. How long is the adversity? And uh, how long after the adversity is things going to be great? He said, "Time to build bridges. Too much intellectual destruction. We are an international people. Let's do it." So you saying bridges figuratively, or you saying physical bridges, like bridges, bridges to where, between where and where? So in the book you're saying, so uh, I guess you mean the writers of this book interview a chief who explains the Zulu culture and introduces Unkunkulu, the Caucasians. So Unkukulu is that means Caucasians? Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. But if we wrap that up on the questions, if we have since we wrapped it up on the questions, everybody that made it this far in the live, do the each one teach one, hit the like button. Uh, if you're new to the channel, of course, subscribe. Share this on your other pages, your Facebook and your Facebook groups, Twitter, Instagram, text messages, etc., etc. Because especially y'all drag me into the deep waters. I try to stay away from the YouTube police, but I'm pretty sure they'll probably catch up to us today. Hmm. All right, Krishan Bell. Uh, because this is, but we're gonna build tomorrow, Krishan, or whenever you come back. You know what I'm saying? Um, in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna say peace. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock is the civilization class once again, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.